What's happening, everybody? Happy early Easter, because it turns out that is tomorrow. Who'da thunk it? The holidays really sneak up on you, don't they? What's up, Mr. Joshua? I could hear myself talking. I don't want to have to deal with that. Let's see if I can get everything up here. Welcome into the latest Golden Hive Gallery show. If this is your first time in the show, we'll do our quick spiel like usual. Check out the show notes. I got it loaded with a massive amount of information. Golden Hive Gallery, the GHG artists send me artwork from all over the world. Lots of fantastic artists. And they receive 95 to 100% of their sales. That 5% is optional on their behalf to pay me. Oh, Lord, I almost dropped all my pens. That would have been cool. I forgot. I don't know where I was at. That would have been a lot of pins and Sharpies all over everywhere. But anyway, anything you see listed in the shop as a GHG is 100% from and for the artist. There is a massive amount of artwork in there. I think we're at over 400 cards in the buy now. And we run everything as an auction for that first night. Sometimes we'll go back and we'll toss some previous sketches in, like we have tonight. We have a few cards in the stack for auctions tonight that have been lowered on price at the behest of the artist. I don't make any of the prices. I don't make any. I don't take any offers or anything. You have to speak to the artist personally, or I can reach out to them if they're not in the show. And now we will run through and show off everything we got auctioning off tonight. So we got Sir Edmund Duke tonight. This is a 4-carder Game of Thrones. Also, everything does run in the same order that we will show it off right here. It's all alphabetical order on how I list them. We got Sean McGovern on the Shiny Mall TKM decks. What up, Star Wars sketches? Welcome in. We got Blastoise from Josh Bailey. We also got some art from Scotty Rips. Those are all a little bit cheaper compared to where they were. He adjusted some of his prices for everybody. And I think that is all the artists that we have in the show tonight. Very nice, Star Wars. 2-carder right here from TKM. This is also a 2-carder. They go together. Waterworld from Sir Edmund Duke. Tell me that isn't cool. Yeah, send them on over whenever you are ready, Star Wars sketches. We are open for business. We got a pano here. We will not have, so next weekend will be our last Golden Hive Gallery show for a couple weeks while we set up for the Honeypot release. Bees Honeypot 5x7. We always shut down the shows. I say always, like we've been doing this forever. This is only our second year in the Golden Hive Gallery, but we shut it down right before any of the Honeypot releases. So that gives me time to package everything, get everything together, and we'll show off the current artwork that we have in hand for the Honeypots. We got some awesome ones. Super awesome. Muhammad Jelani. And we got the Collectabees. Not a happy little Anakin. That's my only piece that I have in the show tonight. Of my own, at least. It's another 2-carder. Also of Waterworld. Look at that. You know, I still might do a show. It just won't be a Golden Hive Gallery. Usually, what I do is while I'm actually working on boxing everything up, Brian Michalski right there. A lot of times I'll run a show while I'm printing out labels, while I'm labeling the boxes and everything. Um, Mostly it's just me running my mouth. Buy another cat. Do not buy another cat. I just had to spend, what was it, $900 last night because of one of the cats. It was like 950. What up, Geo? I was pretty close, 960. Yeah, because he has a UTI. Princess cats. I'm telling you. Lowe's have mercy. What up, Jules? Sneaky kitty. Speaking of the timing. Not this one. This cat only loves my wife, so he's not accepted. It's the only cat that so we either bought or found all of the cats for my wife to enjoy for the most part, and only one of them likes her. Delicate. What up, Natsu? Yeah, he was acting kind of funny. You could tell he wasn't feeling real well, so she ran him to the emergency vet last night. He's totally fine though, so that's a win. The Ahsoka, that one right there. I wish I did that. That is a Hoi Truong Ahsoka. All of those right there are in the shop, except for the ones you see hanging out back there, and then the Obi-Wan Kenobi. That one's never for sale. And the malls. None of the malls are for sale, but everything else, not that mall either. Everything else is in the shop, and there's just so much more in there. But yeah, that's a Hoi Truong one of one right there. If I'm not mistaken, it's on a honeypot, one of his APs. Not today, K Smith. Not today. We do have one mall in the auction tonight, which we will start running the auctions. I'll quit running my mouth about cats. So let's squirm on down here to them. We got Sir Edmund Duke. I'm sure y'all have been seeing a ton of his artwork starting to pop out here and there in the official top Star Wars sets. So this is 4 sketch cards. This is a sketch card bundle right here. All Game of Thrones. From the Duke, all blank backs. I'm not even scrolled to the right area. Lulls have mercy. Nailed it. If they make it in time, absolutely. But we know how that's gone in the past. If they're here, I would say by Friday, they should make it into the show. All right, we got Arya Stark taking down that Night King. The facial expressions. This is another Sir Edmund Duke piece. Also on his Bees Honeypot AP. He's got quite a few APs in here from the Bees Honeypot, and then the Dream Island Dreams, I believe. Another Arya. This is Arya killing that old guy. That's actually what he labeled it as. I changed it to the Red Wedding Payback. Yeah, usually by Friday I'm able to still get everything listed up for Saturday. Which I also think I'll probably be working this coming up weekend. So that's super exciting. Can't wait. All right. We got the Atomic Darth Maul. This is by Sean McGovern. Sean Art. This has that atomic holofoil layer over top of it. I actually just found my entire stack of that foil. Am I going to do anything with it? Probably not. Not for a while. I'll get around to it one day. I haven't messed with it in like 3 years. All right, we got a double. It's a double. Sir Edmund Duke APs from the Bees Honeypot. Back to the Future 3. This thing is gorgeous. As usual, my camera does not pick up. Look at that clothing, though. I've been trying my hardest to master clothing more and more. Which I think I did pretty good on the Bob Ross Honeypot. I think I did. I've been told I did well, so. All right, we got Batman by TKM. TKM is, if I'm not mistaken, he is out to dinner with his wife tonight. It is her birthday. Or at least it's her birthday dinner. I don't know if today's their actual birthday. I can't even keep up with my own birthday, so, you know. We got the Blastoise by Josh Bailey. They should be coming in pretty soon, it looks like, K-Smith. He's trying to get them here in time for the next show, which, of course, we'll be running Lindsay Grayling's Pokemon also, if they make it in time. K-Smith taking his Blastoise down. I just happened to grab my blue Sharpie for that. Serendipitous. All right, we got Scotty Rips with the Golden Hive Gallery Premium Broken Helmet Vader. Fancy. Can I get my light to show this a little bit better? Just got to deal with a little bit of glare. Look at that. Fantastic. All right, we got a little Bulbasaur. Josh Bailey coming in, spicy. Next up, another from Josh Bailey. We got Captain Fordo. Have y'all ever actually researched Captain Fordo? I don't remember which show it was, but I was reading up on him, and he's got quite the backstory there. Charizard up next. He looks scary and happy in this somehow. We got the Graphite Chewy. Another Josh Bailey piece. Chewy. All right, we got the Painted Chrome Mall. And Painted Chrome, I mean, it is literally a Darth Maul Chrome card with Darth Maul painted over the top of the front of it. We did deface a Darth Maul card here, but Scotty Rips made it better. Winning situation, if you ask me. Got the little reflection in his eyes. It's insane. All right, TKM up next with the dual Vader and little Annie together. Forgot to run my mouth about that, but we'll get back to it. We'll get back to it. All right, here comes the Vader. This is another remark, so he painted over the front of this chrome and made it better. That's fancy, ain't it, Sitherson? All right, we got another double card coming in. This is Deacon from Waterworld. This thing's awesome. Look at that. Jack Daniels in hand. I really like how he did the look at that microphone. That is insane work. Insanity. All right. Bees Honeypot AP Pano from Sir Edmund Duke. It's another Doc. Back to the Future Doc Brown. He does. He is a official Topps artist. All right, we got Doctor Doom by Scotty Rips. Oh, very nice. Hopefully you'll get some good news back on it. This is on the premium Golden Hive Gallery stock. Just know if you don't get the job, don't feel overly bad about it because it's crap pay anyway. Dr. Doom on the remarked. I could go on a way longer tangent, but I'll save it. Oh, my knees. Starts out at $15 a card for Star Wars. For GPK, Garbage Pail Kids, it's still $3 a card. All right, we got FN 2187 with the blood smear. Yeah, it always starts out as an honor, and then it just goes downhill from there. All right, we got Kevin P. West on Frank the Bunny. Little Donnie Darko action. I've never applied, which I can't apply. So one of the big things is make sure you don't have anything for sale on your accounts. Well, they're gonna make billions of dollars from pushing artist sketches in their sets, and then they're gonna give you almost zero credit for it. And like the black foil artists, they'll share all their work. Galactus Golden Hive Gallery, they'll share all their work, but they can't even do the simplest part of telling people who the artist was that did the artwork. If you do really, really good work and they like it, they might take it and reprint it into their sets, in 5 years and just never tell you. You'll find out that your artwork's being reprinted to high hell once they release the set and people get to see that your card was reprinted. Yeah, that's one of their really big things. That actually goes along into what we're talking about with the companies. So the reason they can pay everybody so little, this is Grand Admiral Thrawn by the TKM. It's a blank back. The reason that they pay the artists so little is because you get exposure and everybody thinks it's such an honor to work for those big companies. But your exposure comes down to not being able to do your job outside of the company. You're getting exposed for drawing awesome Star Wars artwork, but you're not allowed to sell your own artwork on the side. It can only be done through Tops, or they can fire you. We got The Greedy Greedo by Josh Bailey. I think we're on different types of exposure here, K. Smith. Oh, did he not know his was getting reprinted, Natsu? I see it all the time. I see it all the time. If I'm not mistaken, it was Candace Daly that did the artwork for, what was it, 2025 Galaxy. Her art was actually reprinted as the box art, and the way her post looked, she had no idea. Look at little Grogu hanging out of his little bubble. Another Josh Bailey. That's the damn truth, Blanksy. 100% the truth. Independence Day. The Great Brad. Sir Edmund Duke. This was Island Dreams. That's the name of the set. That's his other APs. Commissions and PSCs are the way to go. All right, we got the Iron Man remarked by Scotty Rips. Morbid God coming in to take it down. How you doing tonight, Morbid? Where'd my marker go? Fantastic. Yeah, so I don't ever tell anybody not to work for those big companies. What I like to push for artists is not to think about working for the big company as the final leg in the game, right? Like, that's not your finish line. Um, Working for those big companies should be your starting line. Exactly, Julie. It's not. It follows. Talking about horror earlier, Sir Edmund Duke loves his horror artwork. that's 100% life all the time, Natsu. But yeah, it should be the start into your, I'll say, professional artistry. Um, Commissions and PSCs, I feel like, should be most artists, not even PSCs, but just selling your own artwork, being able, building your fan base. That should be the end game for most artists, in my opinion. We got Jacques. There was a Gus along with this one, but Gus sold out, which is funny because Gus is actually what we call, well, it's what I call the cat that I spent a ton of money on last night. Because he's chunky. All right, we got Gene Raskzak. I don't know if I said that right, but this is from Starship Troopers. Yeah, just the initial exposure. The acceptance rate You know, I honestly don't know. I want to say it's pretty high recently because they've been doing a whole lot more sketches in sets, I would say. So the acceptance rate is pretty high. Um, Little shop of horrors coming in from Sir Edmund Duke. Yeah, you definitely cannot keep the cards. 100%, you will immediately get banned. What up, Timmy Time? Yeah, if you keep any cards, you're pretty much done with that company. I know quite a few artists that did. It was different. Yeah. No, so if you screw it up, that's another really big thing. So if you screw it up, you still have to send it into them. Also, if they deny putting any of those cards into the set, they still get sent to Tops and they destroy it, and you don't get paid for it. So if there's anything they decide that they do not like on any of your cards, they say that they just trash them. I'm not 100% sure if they actually trash them because I know of way too many I know of way too many people that had like missing hits and then they just get a sketch out of the set. Like, why does Tops have so many sketches laid back, right? Conspiracy theorist Muhammad Jalani. This is Lucy Western I can't speak. I can't say that. It's from Dracula. Yeah, so it is artist proof, also known as artist return for some companies. I guess I think we just learned it a couple weeks ago that Rittenhouse their artist returns instead of destroying the cards they send those back to the artist as an artist return, but I don't 100% know. I know Rittenhouse is way harder to get into, and they should be coming out with their Jurassic Park set pretty soon, which I think is starting out at like $400 a box. We got Lumiere, GHG from the Bailey. BSG. I'm gonna need that spelled out, Natsu. As soon as you say it, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, Battlestar Galactica. Nope, would have never guessed it. I've never watched Battlestar Galactica. Did Rittenhouse do a Battlestar Galactica set? Oh, it totally is Cryptozoic K. Smith. Totally is. Mike Wazowski. Stupid ad pop up. Yeah, definitely don't lose any cards. I feel like you could probably catch some forgiveness if you just did it like once on accident, but I wouldn't count on it. All right, we got Happy Little Annie here. The Bob Ross series by Collectabees. That's me. Look at him. He's so happy. That is my thumbprint. It totally is. It's a work of art on its own. That's this thumb. That's one of my best tiny little Anakin faces, I would say. Zachary Poppins taking it down. DNA sketch. Yeah, now you can make it look like I did the crime. Ooh, voodoo. That sounds It sounds like it could be promising. What up, Chevy? All right. Let me get the, there we go. From Peacemaker. I gotta scroll back down to it. Gots to scroll. There we go. Prepare to get more cats. Oh, God, no. I will acetone that entire card. Peacemaker playing the piano. I believe it is up there. I'll be adjusting that. I don't know what else we'll be getting in the mail. So, do you have anything up there right now that says you're open for commissions? Yeah, I don't know, Timmy. I don't think she's going to make it. I don't think she realizes dates and stuff. All right, we got the little porg by Josh Bailey. Very nice. We got 5 coming in from the Blank Sea Art and Star Wars sketches. But yeah, I got distracted again. But make sure your Instagram doesn't have anything showing sold under like that's specifically showing IPs or anything. Because that will keep you from being accepted. All right, we got Salacious B. Crumb. And I don't think you're allowed to have anything up there that says open commissions or accepting commissions, anything of that nature. I have not. I would never get accepted. I have worked with a ton of actual, like official artists. Ones that have been in the game for a very long time. I've worked with some that have been fired for certain reasons. Josh Bailey on the Scout Trooper. Yeah, so I've been running shows along the lines of this for over 2 years now. Going on 3 years, I believe, was when we first started up the honeypots. Blacklisted twice. We got Smoke. This is from that new Sinners movie with Michael B. Jordan, which I gotta say, I was really enjoying the Sinners movie. I think I would have enjoyed it a whole lot more if they would have pretty much kept out, like they could have left out vampires 100%, and it would have been a really good movie. I just didn't really enjoy the way it ended and everything. Still a good movie though. Yeah, Julie's an artist. Timmy Time here in the chat is an official artist. Did we have anybody else pop in that was an official artist? I don't recall. I don't think I've talked to any of them, at least. If you came in and you're an official artist, my bad. JB's Unite. So I was hanging out last night and I actually got a follow from a Jay Bailey, and I was like, huh, Josh Bailey has changed his name or started up a new account. No, it's totally different Josh Bailey that was hanging out in his show. Threw me off. All right, we got some Squirtle. She thinks she's I don't know, maybe she's gonna just send them super quick. I don't know. We've definitely had them show up quicker. But I mean, if it goes through customs, whew, you never know. K. Smith taking it down. Had to go along with the Blastoise. It just had to. That reminds me, K. Smith. Oh yeah, no, it's all extremely secretive. Star Wars. Um, you're not allowed to share any of your artwork until the set's official release. So even when the breakers get them early, and they're actively opening up the packs online and sharing it with the world, you're not allowed to you're not allowed to share any of the artwork you did for the set until the official release date. Look at little Stitch. Sounds like a War Turtle's got to come through, Josh. I always thought War Turtle was the coolest character design for those three. Whew. Any idea what I was talking about at the time, K. Smith? Because I'll tell you, I do not have a clue. Blastoise and Squirtle. Yeah, War Turtle. He has the coolest character design from that evolution line. Scotty Rips. The Demo Gorgon. I have that downstairs. It'll be getting shipped to you on Monday. Now, definitely don't be discouraged by any of it. Just make sure you are well aware of the rules, and if you're not sure about something, absolutely ask. You can ask another artist. I'll tell you, 99% of the artists are very approachable. You can contact them and ask them anything. So if you have a question on how something works, or while you're actually, is this thing gonna work? While you're actually, if you get accepted this first go around, if you're not sure how to do something or how to go about doing something, absolutely ask another artist. Um, but just remember, I couldn't find the right button. Waterworld 2-card puzzle sketch by Mr. Sir Edmund Duke. Seems a little duplicitous to say Mr. and Sir in the same title, but I don't understand how the Brits work with Sirs. That's just too dang bad. All right, we got another Kevin P. West. Yeah, and I mean, so you're still allowed to sell. Um, you just can't sell anything that's based under an IP, right? So no intellectual properties or anything that could be considered copyrighted. So if you're selling some of your own artwork, that's 100% fine still. But anything dealing with intellectual properties, definitely anything Disney. We got Willy Wonka by Kevin P. West. He does. It should be just Scotty Rips, if I'm not mistaken. Let me pull it up here for you real quick. There you go. That's Scotty right there with a Z. Scotty Ripses. X23 by Brian Machelski. This is The Inked Nerd. Yeah, if you want to do artwork full time, be prepared to work a massive ton if you're trying to make a living from the tops pay. All right. We got The Little Green Man by Joshua Bailey. He's upside down. Yeah, so like yeah, you're basically gonna be working. It depends on how long you take on each sketch card, right? So I think that's where it really comes into play on just how much you can make off of tops. So if you can do a sketch card in 15 minutes that's passably good, technically you're getting paid $60 an hour if you pump out enough cards within that hour, because it's $1 a minute, it's $15 for the card. But it also has to be accepted for this set for you to get paid. So, which is why I say it has to be, acceptable or passable. That's why you see a lot of, we call them low end sketches that come out of sets, but that's because, the artist has what, 6 weeks to do sometimes up to 100 cards. Let's show off some coolness here. We've shown some of these off. But we'll show them off again, and then we'll show off the new ones that came in. There you go, 7 weeks for 200. And you also got to make sure you have all of your, all of your references out there and ready. So these are the Bees Honey Pot for the upcoming 5x7 set. I do have a visual checklist set up for it. So we'll be able to, every artist is listed up there, and a picture of every single sketch will be listed right beside the artist's name. There's a Timmy time right there. The great Geo. He just printed the photo. It looks even more like that with it being in the photo frame, doesn't it? Another longtime Tops artist, Andrew Fry. There's another Geo. The great Giovanni. Andrew Fry. And then for two of the new ones that came in, we got David Willingham. Moist. And then the second one from David Willingham, Optimus Prime. And then we have the Collectabees sketches. I just finished this one yesterday. We have this one. Bob Ross. I know it's hard to tell who that is, but I do have the reference photo. It was just a really hard reference to work with here. Let's see. I gotta find it. It's Crazy Mark Hamill. He's even got it. I don't know if that's the right hand. Yeah, I was definitely way more proud of this one though. This one took a while to actually get done. It was that freaking glow down here, man. It was horrible trying to get that. Some browns and yellows and crud. Stupid Boba Fett legs. All Boba Fetted up. Appreciate it. So those are going to be in their own boxes. The Luke Skywalker might get swapped out with a different one. I'm going to work on one more. I'm definitely going to work on at least one more and complete one more. I'm going to try to knock out more if I'm able to toss them in as more bonus hits. But if I'm pretty sure what will end up happening is my cards will have bonus hits in with them. I'll just watch. That is the War Pig. Do it. What's up, Madre? Ooh. Let me get through some notifications real quick. Don't need any of these. Which one did you get now? I haven't gotten any Funko Pops in. But I did get. That was something else I wanted to show off. Oh, God. It's freaking heavy right now. I don't know what that is. Can I get this high enough so we can see? Yeah, there we go. Look at that. No more crazy box of hits. So this is going to be my selling binder. Everything that I'm not keeping. There we go. We can see now. We can kind of see now. It's massive. And it is completely full. Fancy. And so I went through and got all these actually put in there. Got some 25s, 135. These are all the out of 50s, bunch of mojos. $75s. Oh, God. I knocked those pins over I was worried about knocking over earlier. So that's cool. Yeah, I spent a few minutes getting all these put in there and somewhat in an order. Then I thought, I should really just go through and comp all these, but I didn't. I might not ever do it. And then I also have this one here. I think you got all my Lukes, Ma. So I'm working on getting this one filled up. This will be all of my non-Darth Maul sketches and some of my wives. I didn't continue on that, as you can tell. I got some more. But we'll set up all the Darth Maul cards in one of them sooner or later. I got to finish putting all the sketches in, which I still have. I got a solid amount to get through still. A solid amount. We'll figure it out as we go along, though. I spent some of today working on some honey pots. Kino. What Kino? That's the honey pot label for the boxes. That's one of the labels. Oh, was there a Kino Loy in there? Oh, the sketch one? Yeah, I'm tracking. I know which one we're talking about. Yeah, that's by Ben Abusada. My wife actually went into one of his shows and bought that from him. And then I bought, after the end of the last show, I bought my Bob Marley from Nick Bailey. And I got my Josh Bailey's over here in my other stack. But they're going to go with the rest of my Maul stack because it's a Darth Maul and an Obi-Wan, so those have to go into the good one. Chiseled. Oh, show. Country music. A little bit of excitement here. We'll go here. Does everybody have super massive plans for tomorrow? For the Easter? Yeah, I'll probably be shrink wrapping them. Steal eggs from kids and work. My wife has to work. Me and the youngest daughter will be going to my mother's house tomorrow morning. The middle went to her grandmother's, my wife's mom's house, tonight. So we'll go over there and hang out for a little while after I get done packaging. I got a few things I got to get done tomorrow, but later, me. You're going to do a sketch card? Who would have guessed it? I did. I did get the pencil mall. I just saw what you said, Josh. I saw you say mall and it piqued my interest. I have it in one of these stacks. I was looking at it today. It's with the Jeebus. Because I got those right there. Bam. This is so some of these have to go into my non-mall. I've already taken some out. There they are. Malls for days, guys. This was a Josh Bailey gift over to me after I bought the Jeebus during his show. Because I loved Men in Black. Was this one even listed up in your shop that day, Josh? I don't recall seeing it in there. I knew I wanted the Jeebus though. I didn't think so. What kind of work did you do today? Poppins? But yeah, I plan on most of these going into my Darth Maul binder. And then I'm gonna be able to. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna swap some stuff around. I know that's gonna happen. Pretending you have an idea. Hey, that's exactly what I do. And sometimes it works out. Sometimes it does not work out. I've come to the conclusion that what you're supposed to do is as soon as you figure out you have no idea what you're doing, you just go buy more art supplies. I did, Tim. I did. That thing looked pretty sweet. I thought I commented on that one. It's not as good as any of the malls that I got from you, but you know, it's good. All of my Darth malls from Timmy Time, they're just better. There's just no question about it. Nah, I don't want it at all. I haven't wanted most of the malls that have come through the Golden Hive Gallery recently either. It doesn't. I just don't care about them, you know. Because we're lost and winging it all the time. You know, I didn't bring any of the boxes up either. I meant to bring a couple up here and show them off, but I didn't. It's a possibility. Yeah, not a one. Did you hear Geo? What he was showing off on his Instagram? Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's 100% purposeful. There's no question about it. There is Darth Maul 5 standard and 3 5x7 Darth Maul pull box. Quit. A whole pull box of Darth freaking Maul. It'll be 8. So it'll be 5 standard Golden Hive Galleries and then 3 Golden Hive Gallery 5x7s. See? Not sweet. I don't know exactly what price he's landing on for it yet, but yeah. Mothmas and Grogu's. Complete it. You're getting there. You're getting there. That's exactly what I was just thinking, babe. With the amount of artists we have in the chat right now, you're putting yourself in danger. Just absolutely no reason. I can't think of anybody that would tempt it at all. I don't. I just don't. I don't know. A little rude. All right, let me pick my pens up. God knows. I've never used any of these pens. Not the first one. I thought I was going to use them. They're like little felt tips. And I was like, man, these would be really cool and useful, and I'm going to use them for so many things. And then I didn't. They just sit here in my little acrylic pen holders, which I also bought so that I could, do some designs on them. And then I didn't. They just sat here holding my pens. Won't be scared at all. Well, you know, it'll take them a little while to actually finish up for a whole pull box. So it'll probably be after the honey pots. Quite possibly. First year. Yeah, it's coming up. It's coming up close. We'll see if everything shows up in time. And if we don't have any issues, I think we'll be okay. But there's always a chance we might have to push it back a week or what have you. What up, Kay? How are you? I think you have to get one of those old school, like a pinky ring, but for your foot. I am fantastic, as per always. I'm too lazy to not be fantastic, I think. And my wife bought me some coconut waters. So, I mean, it doesn't get, and it's the pineapple flavor. You can't be doing bad with pineapple flavored coconut water. Delicious. Oh no, I like the regular ones too. I'll tell you, if you get the Vita Coco though, oh, it tastes nothing like pina colada at all. That's a different type of delicious. But if you get the Vita Coco, there's one, and if you just want coconut, it's one. It'll say like pressed, and it's a different colored bottle. That one is delicious. I think it's way better than the regular coconut water. I don't know what they do different in the pressed, but they do it well. Lots of healthiness, I think. I don't actually read ingredients, so everything's healthy if you don't look at the ingredients. That's a scientific fact. I didn't just make it up. It's truth. I did not do a Boondock Saints piece, which is 50% of the list that I made. I didn't do. I have to revisit that. Most indubitably. I need to make sure I bring these to you tomorrow, also, Madre. Don't let me forget them. I don't think I have anything else laying around here that was supposed to go to you. I think I dropped everything off last time. If I'm not mistaken, it did. Now, didn't we find some more Star Wars cards in this box last time we were searching through it? Because I feel like I'm missing some. I felt like I was missing some when I went to go put them in the binder. I definitely missed an entire stack, but I found them and I put them in there. I guess not. I might have taken them out last time we found them. Might have. I doubt it. I really, really doubt it. I don't ever think that far ahead that quickly. Because, ew. I got a new sketch pad also that I have not opened yet, but it seemed like it would be a really cool one. And I think it's really thick stock, 264 pound, and it says velvet. So I thought that would be a fun one to play around with. Let's feel it. Wet mixed Vedia. Sweet God. You want me to be sad also, Poppins? Ooh. Oh, that's gritty. It's much grittier than the honey pot ones. What's all that? Oh, there's another page here. What's all this? Pastel paper. No limits to the layers of colors that can be superimposed. I think this is going to be a really good colored pencil setup here. There's something on it. Something silver. It's like shiny silver. I don't know. We might turn one of these into a sketch card and see what we think about it. Might be a super fancy sketch card line that comes out. Yeah, definitely for soft pastels, but it also specifies it's great for colored pencil. I have some colored pencils around here somewhere. Probably wasn't the best color. It was the first one I found, though. Gotta. I feel like it'll be a little bit harder to get some super smooth lines with a colored pencil, just from its grittiness, but it's got a very smooth quality. You can really get a full base color shoved in there on top of it. I like it. That's a little bit of white I put over. More light. It shows you just how gritty it really is. But I don't know, we'll have to actually try to draw something on this. I'll create a sketch card out of it. See how it works. We'll see. I've been trying to buy some different flavors of paper to see if we can get some super nice, just basically different types to make actual cards out of. So we're not just, with a hot press or cold press, because right now it's really all we have as far as options. For Claire Fontaine. Sounds nice. It sounds fancy. Yeah, we'll see how it holds up. No fixative needed. I think you can use charcoal on this. I've always wanted to do charcoal portraits also. What up, Deezy? I've never tried pastels. I do have, I think we talked about them last time, but I do have these that I think I've attempted to use once. They are gel sticks. Look at that. Huh? The reason I only used them once was because it wouldn't stick to the card I tried to use it on. It's like a super soft crayon. What up, TKM? Like extremely soft crayon. So I think it's closer to like a pastel. Not that I've ever used pastel, but it works really good on this paper. So we might do something with that. It came with a gray. I bought it originally because I wanted to use the white. So I couldn't figure out how to get like the little white dots that everybody was doing to make, a helmet shine or an eyeball glisten. And I was like, oh, maybe this is what they're using. So I bought it. Absolutely, Star Wars. Go for it anytime. Darth Maul. Darth Maul is always the answer. Don't listen to Deezy. Darth Maul is always the answer. I'm not biased at all. Like, zero amount of bias when it comes to the Maul. At all. Darth Hera. I feel like everybody turns. Anytime they try to turn a character into, a Sith, I feel like they always use the Darth Maul coloring because it's just the easiest way to visualize that now this Jedi is now a Sith. I feel like we should go more masks. But anyway, as I was trying to get to in that train of thought, I feel like a Darth Hera would just look like Darth Talon. Yes, to an extent. So one of the things that I have heard, definitely for new applicants, is the style that you utilize the most and that you plan on putting into the sets. Send that in as your application because they're going to be expecting you to do that style that you sent in. And there's definitely a lot of denials if it isn't true to the character. So, like, it has to be, I guess, what they call like canon. DZ here is also a fantastic tops artist. It's another one. Yeah, absolutely. Star Wars. Do you mind if I show them off up here? We'll get some. We can get some of the artists to look at it. There's a cat hair. Yeah, no pink Kylos. Save that for your illegal commission transactions. Is that actually true, TKM, or did you just make that up on the fly? Huh. I never knew. I can tell you, I think I've drawn the Mandalorian full body like twice, and it was so tiny that you couldn't even see his little bandolier, so you couldn't tell if there were any shots in there. I'm not. So it's funny you say that, Gio, because I was literally just thinking that. I was looking down here at this, and I was like, man, am I gonna have to just waste a massive amount of that gel stick to get a really like sharp point? Most definitely. Q-tip. I likes that. They definitely destroy quite a few cards. I can tell you. So when they release a set and you'll see all the artists showing off all their artwork for that set, a quick way you can tell is you'll have like 16 cards on the picture. They're all lined up, and then you have some that are blacked out. They're fully blacked out. All of those were denied by Topps and supposedly destroyed. It is Poppins. Yeah, supposedly. We went off on a Topps rant there for a little bit, DZ. I don't 100% believe that they destroy them all. You know, we've seen so many. Definitely, we've seen so many people that had missing hits in cases or boxes, and when they send that into Topps, Topps gives them a sketch or something. So where are they getting those sketches from? They just holding sketches back? Is that what's happening here? Or are they not destroying all the ones they say they're destroying? You can't tell me that Andrew Fry had, I think it was like the first post he did, I think there was like 8 or 9 up there that were blacked out. You can't tell me he had 8 or 9 that were bad. What up, Panderson? Whatever they want. Bunch of losers. Is this gonna flip on me? It didn't. I just put them in the shop today, Panda. Just did. Jellyfish. That was all of them. I have, I think, 5 of them listed in the shop. Watto. I think they're pretty good, and they all look, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm having complete brain farts on vocabulary today. Uh, Not all the same, but they're consistent. There we go. They're all consistent, so it all kind of looks like the same type of style. These are 100-point Panda. They're thickums. Do I have a standard size card? Oh yeah, I do. They're right here. Sketching the Future. There you go. So this is 32 point. Massive. So the blank card donations, that's these right here, the Sketching the Future. These right here, it's literally a full donation. Funko, would you claim? Oh, claim them blanks. Claimed them. They're really nice stock. Like super freaking nice. I do have a couple more, but as you can see, I had some troubles. Um, anyway, sorry, distracted. So this one right here, um, I've been working on them. I'm trying to get. I have more printed, but I have to attach them to the actual stock. So I'll have more pretty soon, and by more I mean like 6 more. But if you purchase any of these donations, that purchase just helps me continue to make them and get them out there to kids. So if you buy 5, 10, however many, they go directly to kids. We shipped off 50 of them to Lionheart just the beginning of this week. And I have some that have to go to Kevin Scott because he works out of school and he'll be giving them out to kids. We gave over 100 already to my kids' school, and they were all gone within like 2 days out of that little box. Now the wooden cards, these are meant for more for like an artist being able to donate their artwork. So when an artist buys these, the thought process is they can ship it back, or I'll ship it to them. They can do their artwork on it, and they can ship it back, and we can auction it off, and then that money can go directly to the scholarship fund. So I do have a full scholarship set up, and I don't talk about it nearly as much as I should, but it is the Collectibees LLC Golden Hive Gallery Art Scholarship. I haven't even looked at it in a while. We were definitely over 100 applicants to it already, but that scholarship is already fully funded. I 100% funded it out of pocket. Had some overtime money that I needed something to do with, so I decided we were going to start a scholarship. So we have 149 applicants to that now. It is live, like I said, 100% funded. And then what we did was we started up a fund, so a crowdfund type thing. So anybody can go in here and fund as much money as they want to it. And we're already up to $400. So now that scholarship is already up to 900. I had to do that math in my head because brain ain't working today. And I usually do put up a post anytime we get the new ones. So you can see Mr. Panda in here right now, comics collection. We got Big Ben and John's Cards and Comics. It shows it right there on the page how much was sent. Any amount helps. So Miss Drevis has already donated one of her wooden paintings, and we sold that for I think $20. Last weekend, SW Life tipped us $20, and I put that directly into the scholarship fund. She told me I could do whatever I wanted with it, so it's going directly to the scholarship fund, and I have that set up on a spreadsheet with all the Golden Hive Gallery stuff. Yeah, I just called it scholarship. So we're at $37.34 And then we're also going to be auctioning off, which I think we might do these next week, Josh. Yeah, SW Life is Matrix. It used to be 27334. It's his wife. The scholarship fund. I'm sorry, I didn't look at chat at all. So the fund can go on. So the application deadline for the actual scholarship is June 14th. So I'm probably going to be transferring all of the fund into that at the end of May. I'm thinking. I'll go ahead and fund the scholarship with that extra money, and then we're going to keep this going though, because we're going to do another one. There's a link in my bio. TKM said I was greedy. Yeah, we're definitely going to fill up the school box again. I have to get some sent out to Kevin Scott Jacobs, which I have some more of those printed. I just have to finish up trimming them. The Sketching the Future is what I'm talking about. We got this whole fella. We got a whole stack here for it. Takes me a lot of time to get around to doing them. Oh, the link on the scholarship. Hold on, let me go take a look. Did I even put it on? I didn't realize I put it up there. Oh, I don't 100% understand how links are supposed to work on Instagram, because they're never clickable for me, and I can't ever copy them because maybe it's because I'm on an Android. How do I get... There's my profile. So let me copy and paste it on my computer and see if it works. What I've been trying to do is share it as a story off and on. So it's a clickable link if I put it in a story. So if you copy and paste it, it pops it right up. But once again, I don't think you're able to copy and paste. Yeah, I can't either. All right, let me get caught up here. I was running my mouth. Actually, let me get this out first. So next weekend, during the last Golden Hive Gallery show before the honeypots, so Josh Bailey has also donated every one of these cards to the scholarship fund, and he said he wanted to start them all out at $1. So all the proceeds from all of these cards are going to go directly to that scholarship. Full 100% donation by Josh Bailey. So all of that's going to go directly into that scholarship fund. And I think we're going to set that up for this coming up weekend. Yeah, that's awesome, isn't it? To make sure my life stays miserable. Yeah, that's Josh. That's the guy. Yeah, he does run shows up here also. I was just hanging out in one of his shows last night. That was last night, right? There's another Jay Bailey out there, it turns out. Instead of JD Bailey, it says Jay Bailey. Threw me off last night. That's how I found out Josh was actually live, because I never get notifications on my whatnot. Jay Bailey followed me, and I was like, what the heck? Yeah, the fake Jay Bailey. He seems like a pretty cool guy, though. If I'm not mistaken, while I was hanging out in there, he was saying he basically just found out about sketches and just kind of fell in love with the art, which was pretty cool. I always love hearing that. Uh, these go to kids, so these get distributed out to kids through my kids' school. Damn right. So they'll get distributed through my kids' school. They'll go through David Lionheart, who has a massive amount of nonprofit organization setups that he does up in New York. And then they'll also go through Kevin Scott Jacobs. Once I get more and more printed out, I'm going to put it out on probably Instagram and here for anybody else that wants to give them to their local schools. Just to shoot me your address, and I'm going to start shipping them out. I want to get them all over the United States. Hopefully, maybe get them into some other countries. I don't think it'd be too hard to get to the UK. And then the wooden cards ship out to the artist. The artists do artwork on them and then ship them back as a donation. And we run them on, we run them here on Whatnot, and all the money from the wooden cards goes to the scholarship. I like this paper. It's so rough. I'm going to do something cool with it. Y'all be ready. I feel like with paper this rough, I don't know, I'm going to try to do a standard size card with it first, based off of this first sheet, because I've already scribbled all over it. But I'm honestly thinking that a 5x7 velvet Golden Hive Gallery would be pretty sick. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I get around to doing with my life. They probably won't be 100-point though. I do have some cheaper, like 60-point stock that I really dislike using because it's just crap and it's cheap. So I could probably attach this super expensive paper to the front of the cheap stock. I think that would work. It has a backing on it too for bleed through, but it won't matter because it's going on super thick stock already, so it can bleed through all at once and it won't change nothing. I do like the rough paper. It feels nice on my hand. I have very soft girl hands. He does. I have a good reason to have girly hands. I cut my hand back when I was a mechanic still. Can y'all see that scar? It goes from here to here. I sliced that bad boy open so hardcore, and I started wearing gloves nonstop after that. When I was a mechanic still. I don't really have to do it anymore. Now I'm just soft. Yeah, second lifeline. You probably shouldn't have an axe sitting inside of your residence that's wide open to you kicking it in the middle of the night also. I mean, just throwing it out there. Functionally decorative. Have you seen my decorative sharp piece? Look at this. Oh, isn't that awesome? It's a crystal, but a dagger. Stab, stab, stab. That's cool, right? I think it's cool. I don't keep that on my floor where I can kick it or step on it, though. I feel like most people do like braggadocious type people. It's true. You know what I've always really disliked? The secret bragging, I guess you would call it, where like somebody's trying to brag, but they're doing it in a like a question form. It always just aggravates me. It's like it's just so noticeable that they're trying to not be humble while trying to be humble. Just throws me off. I do it sometimes on accident too, and I'm like, ah, that sounds stupid. Why'd I say it that way? I try to brag about myself all the time. I'm just not good at doing it. I'll get there though. I'm working on it. You know, you can't be this amazing and be good at bragging at the same time, it turns out. So I'm trying to find a middle ground. The marketing team. So you're lying. Shut up, Kate Smith. Yeah, DZ is my marketing team now. DZ and Associates. Gotta up the marketing tations. Yeah, I made that word up. What's up? Just start a secondary business and name it that. And then if it starts going well, you can shut down your first business, or you can use your first business to launder money. You got to get a whole bunch of money to launder first, but I'll leave that up to you, you know? There's somebody on YouTube listening right now going, oh. I don't think anybody's on the YouTube live. There's not. They're watching people do scratchers and stuff right now. DZ's nuts. It's insane, right? And people are over there watching it. Every once in a while, we'll get like 15 to 20 people on the whatnot or the YouTube live, and they'll hang out in there until I say something specifically to the YouTube people, and then they scatter. It's weird. Yep, like turning the light on, you'll just see the number just immediately drop. Me and the wife were hanging out. This is back when we were in the old stream room, and it hadn't been long. We had started up the YouTube channel, if I'm not mistaken. But I'd been watching it. You know, I'd been calling them out, talking to them here and there over a couple shows, and then my wife came in and she was like, "Oh, look, you have like 12 people over there," and I was like, "Yeah, but you can't talk to them or they leave." Night, Geo. Have a good one, buddy. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Yeah, maybe it is them. I don't know. I don't know, but I told my wife, I was like, "Watch." And then I said something, you know, like, "Hey, what's up, YouTube viewers?" or some stupid like that. And I'm telling you, like, they all immediately left. I said, "See what I mean? If you talk to them, they're gone. It's insanity." I gotta cut my hair tomorrow night. I gotta shave my noggin. It's starting to itch. Yep, just dipped out. Didn't say hello. Didn't say bye. Nothing. I gotta make the small bald spot into a massive bald spot. What I really need to do is take pictures of the extra honeypot hits that we're gonna have from this stack here, so that I can put them into the spreadsheet, because we got some amazing ones, man, and I just gotta take those images. I need to look into the document scanner, like everybody keeps telling me. Yeah, that thing's gorgeous, isn't it? And then we got the chunkers. You can kind of just hold this one whichever way you want. I think it's supposed to be like this, though. Yeah, you did. And they looked awesome. Yeah, so these are going to be just inside boxes along with the 5x7s for the honey pots. Harley Quinn is DC, yes. But superheroes are superheroes, right? Look at me knowing stuff. I am a knower of things. The Crow. Look how the eye lines up. Isn't that awesome? It is. I'm aware it is. Moon Knight. It's looking. The plan is to have 60 of them, Rebels. 60 in all. You know, it might be less than that depending on how shipping and everything goes. It should be on the 25th. And these two are wooden. So those were the first rendition of the Be the Change. But yeah, they should be during the 25th release show. Um, what we're doing is we're auctioning every single box as single boxes for the first time ever, as Gordon Ramsay would say. The wife gets that joke. I don't know if anybody else does. So the reason that we're doing 100% auctions on these boxes is there's always the chance of getting that extra hit, but so they'll be starting at $120 a box. So any bid up over that, out of all 60 boxes, we're going to take 75% of all those overbiddings. I don't know how to say that. Upbids. Yeah, that sounds right. So 75% of all upbids from all 60 boxes, we're going to add that 75% together, and that's going to get equally distributed to all the artists that were a part of the set as a bonus. I got to figure out a way to say that simpler. I got to shorten that. Marketing team, I'm gonna need you to get on that. Yeah, it's a end of set profit share basically. Marketing intensifies. Little red eyes. Yeah, but I wanted to find a way that we could add even more excitement to the set for the artist. It might come to absolutely nothing. You know, we might not have any boxes that get, upbid is a possibility, but we are certainly going to attempt to get them fighting. It's never enough though, Funko. If we aren't able to continue doing more and more for every set, I'll just quit making the sets. um, the whole point from the very beginning of starting them was getting artists paid more and really showing off just how good everybody can do when they have ample amount of time and ampler pay, because we're definitely not paying the artists what they're worth for the amazing pieces that they send in, but I can 100% tell you that it has changed a lot of collectors' thought processes on the artwork that are in the sets, like in the bigger company sets, right? PSCs have absolutely taken off since we started doing this. And this isn't even a humble brag. This is a full brag. I know without a doubt that I was a massive cause of that. It definitely was a way, Poppins. Because when I first started everything and I first started meeting all of these artists and talking to them and learning about it, they were getting paid. What was it, $7 a card back then because they got APs. Um, and I thought that was just absolute trash. Yeah, $3 in some cases. It depended on sets. I know there were $5, and like I said, Garbage Pail Kids, their starting pay is still $3 per sketch at the moment. Um, I don't think we'll ever really change anything in any of the big companies, but I know for sure that we've changed a lot of collectors' thought processes on PSCs, even APs back in the day. I would see it all over Facebook. Somebody would share a sketch card. You say, "Hey, this is for sale," and then you'd see people go up there and say, "Oh, is that an AP or a pack pulled? Because I only want pack pulled." And it's like, what? Julie was. I actually, because we pulled her Vader. Yeah, she was the first one I actually reached out and talked to when I pulled one of her sketch cards. Well, not the first one, but the first one that we really started talking and started learning more stuff. We had quite a few artists that would come into the show, a massive amount. But that was back when I was doing pack outs and breaks of different sets, mainly Star Wars. That's one of the really weird things. Yes, that's 100% what it is, Funko. That's exactly it, Poppins. That is that is what I have pushed for. That is why every set I do, the artists have APs. These right here, not those. I saw a 5x7 and I went for it. These right here. So this isn't the actual eight. So this is that crappy stock I was talking about. Anyway, you can see it's just ugh. But these should be bringing in some pretty premium commission rates for the artists out there that are on the set. This design is never going to be utilized again. Nope, I made these rebels. Yeah, those are 100% designed, printed, and trimmed in house. I did all of it because these are all super thick. So you can't get stock this thick through any companies that I can find. I always have a rant. We've gone on a couple tonight, but there we go. They're so thick they wouldn't even fit in sleeves or top loaders. They had to go into full on frames, which we knew was going to be an issue. Me and Kay Smith were talking about that. So I could have went with like a 60 point. I think the other two already sold, Funko. TKM picked those up. And technically there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are two left. But you can see, which one is it? That one right there. This one right here, I have sitting as a reject just because I have to trim it up a little bit more. And I dented the absolute hell out of it. And then me fighting the printer, which it kind of looks cool, right? I might put this one up for super cheap or something. I was thinking about actually, and you can see it's a little bit smaller. I was trying to cut out some ick off of it, and it didn't work out. So this is more like a 4 3/4 by 7. It's very limited. There's actually 2 of them. There's another one downstairs that I just haven't trimmed yet. I think I have 4 golden 5 by 7 Golden Hive Gallery sheets printed out. I just have to go through and do all the, the extras. Design the back. So we can absolutely do that, Funko. I'll tell you normally, so for the honey pot, I don't think we did it for this honey pot, but every other honey pot set, we normally design the cards and, of course, the label here on Whatnot Live. I don't always listen to what everybody says, but there's the official label. One of the designs for it. I got some other colors and stuff here. I've been working on them. Atomic. Fancy gold. There's some more atomics. My printer also hates it, Funko. Hates it badly. Yeah, this one was rough. All the little, the crown came out really good though, right? Yeah, that's why I'm not touching any of it. I have to go through and spray acrylic sealer all over it. Yep, I go through and seal each and every single one of them. I have to print the rest of them. We have to have 60 of them. It helps out a lot. That's what we've done with every other honey pot and the honey jar set. We print them out. I say we a whole lot, but it's always just me for this portion. I found this stack the other day and I said, oh man, I really overshot that. We just went insane with it. Look at this. Anybody want some honey pot IV stickers? The 5 by 7s are sold out, Rebels. There's actually dust on these. Just cross out the I. I'll have some more set up soon, Rebels. And then I think what I'm going to do with the rejects is I might just start them out during next weekend's auctions. Might start them out at like $2 along with, not this, wrong stack, along with the scholarship stuff. People are going to hate you. But I'm totally fine with you doing that. If you want it shipped sealed, I'll ship it sealed. Oh, he absolutely would. He absolutely would. Oh, GHG blanks. I just saw that, Rebels. Look at this. I got them right here. 12 stack. We're kind of starting to run low on these, the super premiums. I don't think I'm gonna do any more foiled after these sell out, truthfully, because it's super expensive. These are from Karen. I'm not able to do any foiling in-house yet. I'll get there, though. What? And embossing? quail then. Might be some foiling that needs to be done on some Golden Hive Gallery 5x7s one day. These are all glossed. Let's see if I can get it to show it with this. It's not going to. Either way, it's all the little lines here are all raised. You can kind of see it right there. Varnished. So I was actually looking at a hot foiling pen on Amazon yesterday. Not for my single S. Yeah, I was definitely looking at one, and I was like, man, I don't feel like trying to learn how to use that thing right now. I'm not prepared for that. I'll get there eventually, but I got way too much other stuff. And I know if I buy it, the same thing's gonna happen to it that happened with those gel sticks. I'm gonna set it in a corner and I'm gonna immediately forget about them. So I think we talked about this before. My daughter has a Cricut, and she actually tried to teach me how to use it and tried to hook it up to my computer and everything. It was we hooked it up to my laptop back in the day, and I was asking her questions like, "Oh, well, how do we do this and how do we do that?" And she's like, "Oh, I don't know." What? So now that I have an actual computer, like a desktop style, I might end up making her do it again. I'm going to remember this time. They're still not perfected, but I will send the ones that I've done so far. The metals. Let me hide these. Fancy. I did find my Golden Hive Gallery sticker again, too. While I was looking for all my sticker paper. Look at that. Big old sticker. This one doesn't have any spray on it, so gotta be careful touching it. Oh, where was old Chunky Gus at? That's dogs for you. Weren't you just talking about how loyal they were earlier? He's probably under the bed sleeping. He was on the cat tower most of today. He kept staring at me like I owed him something. We do have some sketches for next weekend also. Don't worry about the smudge. That's just from them being stuck together. X-Files. On the Island Dreams AP. Game of Thrones. I'll have to ask him what this one is. Oh, was it Psycho Ape? I think it's something like that. We have some other pieces by Sarah Manzoni in the shop right now from Psycho Killer Ape. This is one of his wooden APs. It's one of those aliens. I have to send them pictures of all of these and ask who some of these people are because I am not up to date on my pop culture. And look at that, that's from Volume Deuce. Rick Moranis. I can hear you're old. Game of Thrones. Hodor. I loved Peacemaker. And then another double card. That one's Starship Troopers again, I believe. It doesn't look like the right bug. Yeah, but those will be in next weekend show also. They just came in yesterday. Face itched. Oh, you're very, very welcome. Which problem? Is it your art problem now? That's what I'm here for. I live to make collectors' problems worse when it comes to collecting art. You're welcome also, Poppins. Yeah, and usually I try to put it out like during my Instagram post and everything. I really do appreciate all the collectors that have actually come in and listened to my rants. You know, what's crazy is a lot of the people that used to come in and were like full on regulars to the streams when we were doing breaks and opening actual card packs and everything. They all left because of my rants. I think I honestly don't know. That's just what I gather from them not showing up anymore. That and a lot of people like to talk about how much they're doing for artists and how much they love the artist and everything. And then when it actually comes down to supporting the artist, they're just not there for it. They're not going to show up. And that was one of the really really big things that I'd noticed over the years was everybody wanted to talk about it, but nobody wanted to be about it. I'm gonna rant right now. Yeah, but yeah, I was just so tired of seeing everybody not doing anything. And I don't do this for a living. This isn't my full-time job. I don't need to make money on my streams. Um, so I decided why not just turn it into making money for somebody. The pioneer. Yeah. Yeah. So I do try to put the positive spins on everything, but most people don't listen to my positive spins. I can't tell you how many people look at what's been called the altruism as a bad thing. Medicine woman. Poor land cow. Yeah, but I mean, and something else I should have been putting out this stream. Something absolutely wild was we broke $20,000 sent directly to artists last show. Um, which it's a big number, but what's so amazing about that is last year we didn't break that number until August, and we broke it in March this year. That is insane. Twice as fast, three times as humble. But yeah, I mean that's absolutely wild. And I remember I actually went back and looked through my Instagram post to figure out when we broke 20K, because like it was a big milestone last year for us. So I made like a whole video and everything. The only cat, you mean? Humility is for losers. The other cats would probably like you if you didn't squeeze them. Jonah just likes being squozed. Oh, my nose itches. You're a squeezer. Here's one of my mall cards. Do it, Poppins. What's the worst that could happen? Lucy doesn't like anybody except for me. That's why her name is short for Lucifer. It's made with love. I might take some of my art supplies to Mimi's tomorrow and meet Kira and Mama Bees. Well, they can do their sketches. I don't know if I'll do mine along with them. Mom wanted to do it last time she was here, but I was way too full from eating all that ramen. Feel this paper. That's nice. We'll see if it actually happens. I don't think we even actually have like legitimate plans tomorrow or anything. We're just gonna sit around. Sending them this week. We'll see. Yeah, she had talked about doing it when she was here. What was that, last weekend? And I was like, God, no, I don't even want to move right now. Ooh. I'm getting full. Think about how full I was last weekend. I don't mind at all, Poppins. Send them on over. We'll get them listed up and in a show. Oh, yeah. Send them on over. We'll get them plastered all over this show. Extras not fun ever. Let's see. Send pictures of the cats. Appreciate that follow, Papa Pop. It's like the man version of Poppins. Papa Pop. Oh, those are sick. And that's all done with watercolor? Watercolor and pain. What do you mean he sees things? And what medicine did they give him? Oh, you're talking about how he was staring at out of the kennel last night. I'm tracking. Those are pretty badass. I think they're very well done. They're a million times better than any watercoloring I've ever done, which I've only done once and it did not go well. Uh-oh. Edward Santia just sent me a picture. A little progress image from the Santia. That thing is gritty looking. I don't remember if I showed these off either. These are Alejandro's. You gotta let them nap, I reckon. And then, of course, that's one of Vinzone's. AJ is sending in some PSCs and APs. So that'll be a Golden Hive Gallery piece. There's a picture of some of the boxes. I think they came out pretty cool looking. They're way more gold in person. Mank de la Cruz. Those boxes will be up for auction on the 25th. It's the Bees Honey Pot. I'll show it to you. There's the one that K. Smith is going to be super hunting. Let's see. Hold on, let me back out of all these. So if you go to my upcoming shows, it is that show right there. I can't find my finger. Yeah. So 425, that is the plan for when the show, and we will be releasing. There's a video. We got to get the.
Oh, am I the only one that didn't know about this?
That's really loud. That's Lindsay Grayling singing. I made that video. I'm pretty amazing.
Am I the only one?
That's Mank de la Cruz. So I think he's talking about doing another Star Wars and swapping it out. I have pictures from AJ also, which he's decided which two are going into the set. I think he said Ray and Revan. So here's his 3 that he's done. He already did his AP. So that'll be one for the set. That will be most likely a Golden Hive Gallery after the set for his AP. And then there you go, DZ. There's a little Kylo for you. Yeah, the dyad and the Force. And then hold on, I gotta sneeze. I think it went away. I do have, here's another sneak peek at one. Well, both of them. A little fire and ice. Get them big ass grapes. And then we have Angelina Benedetti working on one of hers. Oh, that cross hatching. She's so good. It is. That's definitely one of those. When you see an Angelina Benedetti sketch, it's kind of like an Andrew Fry. You immediately know who did that artwork. Very, very specific. I think at the moment, like my specific style is a smushy face. Oh yeah, when she came on, and what was that? That was Bees Honeypot 4 that we had her come on, right? That was the one we had like a massive artist turnout. You have very specific style also though, DZ. Well, the I don't even know what to call them, like the paint explosion ones. I think that's like a very distinct style of yours, but nobody ever really sees it though, right? Hold on. Let me I gotta find the right. Yeah, that the explosion style. My phone's very, very slow on loading. I don't even know how long ago you sent pictures of that to me. What's up, Ronsky? Look at that. DZ made that for me. I haven't used it on anything yet. Was it the Vader? Maybe I don't have a picture of it up here. It was a really big piece, if I remember correctly. Yes, that style. Remember that. Yeah, that probably would have worked too if I just went to your Instagram. Dumb. Look at that. Then super big slave Leia. Living the absolute dream, Ronsky. I can oh, there's the one I was thinking. That's it. There is a Porg in the auction tab. Yeah, that one. Here's some Game of Thrones. This is the most of the new art that came in. Sir Edmund Duke. Graffiti. Couple Doc Browns in there. I should not have picked up this entire stack. I'm going to drop these in a minute. Pokemans. This is a double card. There's a Porg in here somewhere, I swear. Waterworld. You a big Waterworld fan? This is also another Doc Brown on the pano. Scotty Rips. Josh Bailey. Little Grogu from Josh. Independence Day. Jacques. There's a little guy from Josh. He doesn't know. It's a little Stitch. Waterworld again. That's a. I can't. Why won't I just set them down? God, I'm dumb. That's 2 cards. Willy Wonka X23 and Yoda. And now they're not in order anymore. It'll confuse me later. Absolutely, bud. Yeah, I really like the whole paint explosion graffiti style, though. I'm a big fan of that. It always just looks so cool to me. Yeah, I've been thinking about getting some black ones. I know Geo does a whole lot of work on like black cardstock. I've seen quite a few of his pieces come in like that, and it is always freaking awesome. I feel like it'd be a really cool way to utilize a lot of negative space. The inverse Rivera. I don't think anybody else is really doing it. I really like this paper. There's going to be stuff done with this. It's velvet. Canson velvet. Shut up. Yeah. I wonder how markers look on it. I have some markers. I own some. They're in the area. There they are. Let's see. Natural oak, blue, and toffee. It does not fuzz up, but it does have, like, it has the roughness of velvet. So at least it hasn't fuzzed up on me yet. Ooh. It has like a, there's like immediate texture added in already. There you go. Can you see that? Is the camera going to pick it up? You can actually see what it feels like. Something else I wanted to check on it. You can make some you can make sharp lines on it. You can see it's still just a little bit blurry when you do even just a fine liner on it. A little bit of blurriness in there. You can make some dope ass backgrounds with this for sure. Little bleed, little bleed. Yeah, just the barest amount it looks like. You don't really see a whole lot in the marker though. Yeah, that's a pretty solid line you get there. What's a Sharpie look like on it? Put all this back in my bag. That's a bad Sharpie. That's a Sharpie I probably should have threw away a long time ago. It shows up really well. This is the first time I've used these little pens. And it's kind of hard to see with the camera, but it has a slight cream color to it. What's crazy is I've had it sitting up here for probably like 3 weeks, and I completely forgot about it. It's just been sitting behind me. The biggest thing that made me want to pick it up was the weight of it. That's a 264 pound, 430 GSM, which means I would say it's like 30 point. Yeah, it's about 30 point, which is really hard to find in paper. Trust me, I've been searching everywhere, and usually the thickest you can find is like a 16 point. And the poundage and the GSM doesn't always tell you the thickness, it turns out. Learn that. Yeah, even looking for cardstock though, like that's why I had so much issue trying to find the 60, 100 point, 40 point. Like it is really hard finding a good type of paper or illustration board or cardstock that is meant for actually drawing on. Because if you just search up like super thick cardstock, a lot of times what you're going to get is like a glossy cover over top of it, and it's absolutely useless. Yeah, I think I've had some 200 200 pound cardstock, which is actually what I use for these. It doesn't have any kind of coating on it, so it's completely coatless until, of course, I print on it. What's this? Yeah, this right here. I was wondering where I put my PSCs. I found them. They're in my box. They're in my card box. Hell yeah. I'll lose them again later. And then I'll tell you, a really good way to find super thick drawing paper is watercolor paper. Like, that is usually the thickest actual artist paper that you can find, but it is super freaking wavy. Of course, it's watercolor, so it's gonna be wavy. But we've utilized that some. I've made some sketch cards out of it. Let's see. Here's a 74 50-pound. I don't know what kind I have. I don't know if I have hot or cold for the watercolor paper that I picked up. I did not know the difference between hot and cold when I first bought it. I think it was cold pressed. Just judging by, how rough it is. Let's see, and then we got this one, which is 98 pound. Yeah, the cold has a lot more texture. So, like the honey pots this go around, we actually used the cold pressed. Before, I was only using hot pressed because I was trying to get like the smoothest texture that was possible. Um, but then I accidentally ordered cold pressed, and I realized that it had that just tiny bit of texture. Depending on what type you get, it has the different levels of texture in there, but that just tiniest, barest amount of texture goes a long freaking way. Yep, they are like the barest amount. Like, it has the smallest amount of grit, and you really can only tell it when you hold it up against a hot pressed. Like, that was the only way I could tell the difference between it. And once you see it, you're like, oh yeah, you can feel it and everything then. But I was an idiot. In the first boxes I opened up the hot pressed and the cold pressed when I bought the batches that I wanted. And when I did that, I couldn't figure out which one was which at first. I sat there and I was just kind of rubbing the paper going, well, this one feels a little rougher. Huh. My watercolor paper is actually downstairs. My daughter took that one over. Another thing to watch out for with that watercolor, if you get like a booklet of watercolor paper that's super thick, it will try to cut your damn finger off. Heads up. I've gotten so many paper cuts from it. Yeah, here we go. Here's a I think this one was one of my masterclass rejects, but this one's a hot press. I think this one's the hot press. It kind of looks like a cold press, doesn't it? Yeah, no, I was wrong. This is a cold press. You can tell by the crappy edging. I can tell. Yeah, I need something. Well, I cut these before I had my new super heavy duty paper cutter that's meant for like 400 sheets at a time. So you can get way better cuts out of those. A little harder to line them up. Hey, look at them pants. Smushy face. This is Lindsay Grayling's hand. 400 sheets of just regular copy paper, I believe, is what it's rated at. I got to sharpen my spare blade. It's not really the spare blade anymore. I put the spare blade on Friday. I think it was Friday. And so now I need to sharpen the original blade. That sneeze I had brewing finally showed up. Stupid pollen. Do what? Definitely not okay. That's a guarantee. Which web page are you working on now? Security one? Oh. Have you done anything cool with it yet? I keep forgetting I have it. That's a problem. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to have your plan first. I'll tell you what I found the biggest issue with for that web page is the the desktop to the mobile. Yes, that's we're not going to talk about that, DZ. I did it in a weekend, okay? And it was the first web page I've ever designed. But so if you go to the mobile editing as opposed to the yeah, so as opposed to the desktop, when you actually like size up some of the little whatever they're called that you can put up there, the little windows, it'll adjust it on the other type of site, and it'll give you like gigantic spaces and everything between them. Yeah, it's not responsive. I don't know what you mean by that. You've definitely done quite a few of them, K. Smith. No question about that. I don't. We started off really strong with it. Um, I was marketing it and I was doing a whole bunch of stuff, and then I ran out of bandwidth. Yes. That's definitely a problem. Is there a button to turn on responsiveness? Is that a thing? I bet there is, and I just didn't know where it was. I think the coolest thing I did with it was link my Instagram to it. The only problem is it doesn't show my entire Instagram post on the webpage. It only gives like a tiny little window and it cuts so much of it out. Night Madre, we're gonna try to show up earlier tomorrow. Heads up. No, I don't know what time that's gonna be, but it's gonna be earlier. No button code. Oh, code? Yeah. That's on you, brother. Get them drawing ideas. Yeah, I think I'll make Mimi and Kira Bees do their pieces of art tomorrow. I grabbed PSCs, not GHGs. She's working tomorrow. So it's just going to be me and Kara tomorrow. Shoot, yeah, send it over. Easter cakes and cupcakes. You keep your Easter snacks. I have Jesus. I have absolutely no idea how to do any of that, DZ. No idea what that entails. Oh, you got into some Pop Century? That is sick. I'm not gonna lie, I have been looking at buying a box. Me and the wife used to rip it every once in a while, and it was always such a blast when we did it. Haley Steinfeld? Was it the Pearl Redemption, or was that two separate ones? Emotional workout. Hell yeah. Not what was the Pearl Redemption? Was it a like a mystery redemption? I like Pop Century. I've always enjoyed ripping the set. It's super fun to do. I'll tell you, the reason that I quit ripping it on stream and anything was because Leaf started up their own Whatnot stream, and I didn't like the owner. You hear that, Leaf guy? Not a fan of you. And I say that because um, when they first started that stuff, or when they first started doing it, he was, talking all about how they loaded the Whatnot boxes and that it had all the big hits, and he was guaranteeing all the buyers, oh, if you buy this, you're guaranteed to hit this type of card and that, because we made sure we put it in, we pulled the boxes that had the good ones. Brian Gray. Is that the owner? I don't actually know his name. I just didn't like him. I beef with a lot of people. It's true. I don't like people. I really don't. I'm not a fan of people. People suck, man. We are terrible people. Let's see. Let me drag out my Pop Century stuff though. I would show off my Chuck Norris, but it's gone. I think this is a lot. I think that's some of it. I don't know if it's all of it though. There's a couple 101s. There's some Star Wars cards. I know I got more. Where'd they be at? The decades. There's a sketch. That shouldn't be in here. Star Wars. Star Wars. Can't be all of it. I do just get up here to hang out. Yeah, it's true. They're probably over there in some more boxes. There's my 101 Liv Tyler. Ron Howard 101. The Jane Fonda. I got Rick Ross. I don't know who Rich the Kid is, but it's their first. Oh, both of these. Didn't know that. These were really cool. I kind of like these. I think they're really cool because if you ever run into certain people, you can get them to sign those proofs. He's building something, building up. There's my Kobe Smulders. Was that one a 101? I think this was an out of 10. There's a number up here somewhere. Oh, it's under my finger. 3 of 3. Tom Skerritt, some old guy. Dennis the Menace, that guy. Got a dual auto here. Brittany Snow, my wife was super excited about that one. Let's see, some Cryptozoic. Ticket to the Show for Meatloaf. Paige Turco. I got Megan Kavanaugh, and I got the proof for it. There's her Anthony Hopkins. It's pretty cool. I know I have more. I just don't know where I have it. know I got I got that Jon Snow, but I plan on taking the auto off of it and putting it onto a sketch because I think it'll be cool. Are they in this box? The last one? Oh, Gary Oldman? That wasn't a Pop Century. That one was... Hold on. There's a Harry Potter card. Sirius Black. That's from the Cacawow set. There's a few different Harry Potters throughout there. See, here's a Millie. Some of my Star Trek. Pieces of the Past. Never hit any cut autos from that. Picasso. Oh, there's a cool duel. That one's out of 25. Look at that. It's Miss Hart, though. Mrs. Foreman. Mr. Chuckleteeth. There's no Pop Century in there. Yeah, I was looking at them, though. I don't know what they're doing with that. Has anybody watched the new Daredevil? Because I have not. Heads up. Oh, you've got to watch it. The Daredevil and the Punisher. What up, Rob? Have a good one, bud. Appreciate you jumping in. Some Stranger Things. See, all of this needs to go into binders, right? Christmas Story by Sarah Manzoni. We got some of her artwork in the stream. Oh, yeah, we watched the new Scream movie. Surprise, my wife wanted to watch Scream. There's a random K2SO base card. Disney. Some people. I don't know anything about Star Trek. I watched Shout, though. I think they're called Stab. What else do I have here? I saw Pokemon. I really need to go through and start comping some Pokemon cards because I got a ton over here. Some of them have comps from 3 years ago. Yeah, it's just a bunch of Pokemon over here, guys. He ran off. He might be up here somewhere. I catch him up here just splayed out in front of the stairway quite often. And then he doesn't move when I walk over to him. I think he's trying to kill me. Huh. Now, if we were going to chip any of our cats, it would definitely be the stupid expensive Maine Coons. Yeah, he's just staring up into the ceiling fan right now somewhere, tripping balls. Oh. Cleaned out my pencil sharpener for the first time. This thing's, I love it. It's a good pencil sharpener right there. What happens if I do it and then this way? It didn't do anything. The Cat Distribution Center. What in the high heck is that? Takes pencil well. Oh, yeah, that's the same exact thing that happened with the fat cat she's currently talking about. And the other one that we had, or we have, say it like he was gone or something. No, he's still down there. Fidget and Jonah. She found him at the end of the road. And they came with a really, really fun addition, also known as ringworms. So that was a cool like 2 months of trying to get rid of those things. Yeah, they were very, very dirty cat. It looks pretty high. I had a picture of them when we first got them. It showed up on my my memories. They were some beat up looking cats. Let's see if I can find it. Well, might not have them. I saw he's all laid out, sprawled. Oh, so you didn't steal him off the street. What's up, Mr. Nick? 25 pounds of dumb orange cat. How you doing this morning? Very nice. What are you up so early on a Sunday for? I have no idea what time it is there. It might not be early, for all I know. Divine punishment. That's definitely what it is. It was pre-punishment for you coming in here and punishing me. Here's the mangy little fella. That was him when we first got him. Why are you up at 3:20 in the morning? And there's both of the mangies side by side. He didn't have almost any freaking hair when she found him. That is a crappy sleep pattern. I normally wake up at about 3:30 in the morning when I'm off of work, but I immediately roll over and go back to sleep until at least 7. If I don't wake up at 7, my alarm goes off at 8 on weekends, though, just because I don't want to sleep any further than that. There he is now. Look how fat he is. Look at that gut. That's why he's called Gus. Gus the Gut. Uh, Nasty ass cats. It's turned into a full on cat stream. Yeah, that's Raven. She's a big one, too. Thought it was dinner time. I mean, dinner time can be any point in the day. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a specified time. You just have dinner whenever you decide it. Now my wife is sending pictures of the cats to show off. That cat is high. They might take a minute to show up. There they are. Holy Jesus. Put that boy on a diet. Good Lord. He looks like he just finished a full platter of chicken and fish. He's a thick on Jabba the Cat. There ain't no way you could walk around in that house and leave that cat alone because he is covering the entire household right now. I always love seeing really fat cats because their heads always look super tiny. This is weight loss. Have you ever tried to take melatonin, Nick? I take melatonin every night. Snot. Come here, snot. Yeah, I take melatonin gummies like a child every night. Because if I don't, I'll wake up like 12 times. And that's after I finally fall asleep. Johnny Walker, that'll do it. Oh, I get amazing sleep. If I don't take it, I sleep super badly. It'll take me like 3 hours to fall asleep. Edibles. Welcome in, Ray Nova. I wish. I do wish I could. The melatonin is my edibles. As soon as I retire, I'll definitely be testing some out. I got like 24 years left for that. Yeah, I would definitely suggest trying out some melatonin for like, I would say take it nightly for like 2 weeks. Yeah, not too long. I'm getting closer, you know. I think I'm actually down to 23 years left before the government retirement. I'll say when I first started taking melatonin, it would help me fall asleep, but I wouldn't sleep really well. Um, and then I think it took like a week or two for me to adjust to it, and now I sleep completely through the night. I wake up to my alarm. That was a massive problem I used to have, is because I'd sleep shitty all night, and then my alarm would go off, and I'd sleep right through it. Well, I'm surprised. I would be surprised if you did like it, because you lay down and you're asleep in like 12 seconds. It is uncanny how it works. My wife, like, I'm talking, she'll lay down and then she's asleep. And I'm like, how is this possible? Getting the new mattress helped a whole lot too. The new mattress was like a complete life changer. Yeah, melatonin helps with that. It definitely helps me with it. I lay down at 7 o'clock every night, and I am fast asleep well before 8 o'clock every night. Yeah, we probably should get a new one at some point, huh? We're coming around to about being ready for a new one. Sometimes you gotta be. All right, we'll wait another 5 years and then we'll get a new one. Once I start throwing my back out once or twice a month, that's when we'll go and get another one. I'd like to say I'm quite the overthinker, but I don't think I am. I think I underthink a lot of things. That's how I ended up where I am now. You're definitely not an overthinker, K. Smith. Definitely not. I definitely think I used to be way more than I am now, and I've kind of trained myself out of it. Now I'm just more like, I don't think I have ADHD, but it's more ADHD like, where I have 8,000 things going on at once. But if I think of something new, like I have to accomplish it. Like it has to get done. I might do it one time and never do it again, but yeah, ABHB. You overthink, but overthink absolutely. I don't know what that means. It sounds like a compliment, and I think I'm gonna take it as a compliment. Not gonna overthink it. Just gonna stick with it being a good thing. You lost the statement. I'm taking it as a compliment either way. Doesn't matter. I don't care what you meant by it. I'm awesome, is what you said. Too late. We should get our next cat litter delivery on Friday. Yep. Wait, what? Oh no, Thursday, the 16th. The last day I can manage it is on Friday. Didn't read that right. I wonder if I could do cat litter as a tax deduction. Kicked you out of where? You're still here. I mean, once the Maine Coons actually breed, it would be considered. I guess we could consider it a business. I don't know. If you get kicked out of a stream, you're not allowed to come back into it. So no, I did not kick you. You get kicked out for the rest of that show. That's why Matrix wasn't able to come in last weekend, because somehow he got kicked. I think you accidentally pushed a button last weekend and accidentally kicked him. Kyle's not a mod. You're the only mod. Only mods can kick people. I don't know. I think you accidentally pushed a button. I don't think you were aware that you pushed it. Definitely kicking you now if I have the opportunity. Oh, did you know that there is a there is a secret. So if you hit the little button right here beside your chat, and there's a hide button, you can type stuff, and only we can see it as mods and stuff. That auto corrected to that, so nobody else can see that. Just me and you, babe. Isn't that cool? I didn't know that was a thing. I learned it in Con Stream the other day. Only me and the mods can see the hide. I know. I mean, that thing's always been there. I think it's more for talking shit about K. Smith. I think that's the normal use for that. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's in the terms and conditions of Whatnot that they put that hide button in there specifically so that you could trash talk K. Smith. It's just science. Ash Jim's here for it. Way more describe. Yeah, there you go. I got new paper, Ash, and it feels super nice. And then I put some colors and stuff on it, and it's nice. Oof. Oh, my neck popped. And it was A-OK. No secret chat for you. Fuck, which one did I say had the paint in it last weekend? Is it this one? Why did I put it with the rest of the bottles? Fucking stupid. Or did I separate it? Nice, Canada. Nice Canadians. Huh. Is it this one? Ah, yep, it's that one. Nice. All in the same week. Sometimes the same day. I don't know geography well enough to be a part of this conversation. General Simpson. Ah, yes. Peninsula. Nailed it. Mesa. That's Spanish for table. Yes, yes. Indubitably. I don't know what we're going to do with it yet. Bees nuts. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely turn it into a card. But that's as far as I've gotten in the plans so far. It feels like sandpaper, and I think I might just make a card out of it just so I can rub my hands across it. It's a very nice feeling. I like it. Like a glove. I don't think that would have the same effect. It's like it's what I imagine. Like rubbing your hand on this paper, I imagine is the same mental feeling that the kids had with fidget spinners. Like this is why they liked it so much. I get it now. It's it is a-okay, guys. I'm gonna make a card out of it, and I'll probably never be able to get like a really nice sketch put onto one, but I'm still gonna enjoy it. I could be printing more honeypot labels right now, but I don't feel like reaching all the way over there because you got to hand feed each and every one. Nobody ever listens to K Smith. He's unlistenable. That's the reason. I like it. That's a solid reason. One more to add to the list, at least. Oh, he's totally gonna get a. Jesus Christ, dude. There's a graphic arts 5-drawer steel something. It doesn't tell me what the rest of it is, but I want it. It's a flat file cabinet. I sense a rant coming. Yeah, I've been trying to find something that I could store all of my papers and everything in. 24 by 36. That would work, but I think it's just too big. 22 by 34, A1, 24 by 36, 37 by 26. Look at that. Nah, no rant on that one. These are at Staples. I like Staples. Fancy little cabinet. And this. The most hated. Kit Kat hobby. I've been saying for a long time, they really need to add where we can send gifts in the chat. That would make things so much cooler. There's a gift for everything. Oh, there's music attached. What kind of paint is that? Is that watercolor? Kind of looks a little bit thicker, like the gouache. It is definitely wet. That's what Poppins is doing too. Then, it looks so much easier when you see somebody else doing it. I touch watercolor and it just like done. Everything's just wrong now. He's just doing stuff. This is Santia. Oh yeah, it says it right there. Did he even clean his brush? That's definitely a really big downside. I'm ready to see it. It's got character or it's of a character. both. That's cool, man. He's got red and stuff adding in there too. Insanity. I think it is. I think that's exactly what it is. That's what I'm thinking it is. It's very neon. So maybe he's just using a. I mean, that's a really good way to get some really bright color in there in the beginning. Sweet, innocent Kyle. Lord have mercy. I just had to ask Santia all those questions. Timing is everything. What is this? Oh, look at this. Look at that thing. I don't have anywhere to put it, but that's cool. Now my Facebook's showing me a whole bunch of different storage bins and stuff. And I want all of them. And there's another one. Stupid Granger. How old is it going to be? I don't ever keep up with any of that stuff. I'm pretty sure my dog Thor was like 13 years old for like 7 years straight. I'd actually found there was a video of him that popped up of him out there. So this was what, 2018. He was out there running around in the yard like a madman. That's how he used to lay in the car. That's his mouth. Trying to steal my candy too. What a douche. Yeah, he was an old English bulldog. Same for Layla. That's the my female that we have right now, and that's our little Chiweenie. Jesus. I'm gonna have to do something with that paper this week. It's definitely gonna have to happen. I'm interested in. Does this rip out easily? Heck yeah, it does. Could have just done that. I wonder how well it holds up card size. That's about card size, right? Right about there. That's too thin. Oh yeah, it's way too flimsy. But if we add it directly to the top, that'll work really well. Look at the texture on that bad boy. Good night. I'm a fan. Back super smooth. I guess that's to help with the bleed through. Did we get any bleed through on this? Nah, not a bit. Wonder how much we can put on it before it does bleed through. I should move those. Well, Thornton pick. Oh yeah, he hated that tree. and yet loved the tree. He would attack that thing till his mouth was bleeding, and I'd have to like physically drag him into the house to make him stop. Complete animal. Let's see. So it definitely looks like it starts pulling up after a couple. Mm-hmm. It is brown. It is brown. I'm trying to see how it holds up after it dries and you get a couple different layers on it as far as marker goes. It's taking a long time for it to dry though. Because I know specifically Ash has issues with the Golden Hive Gallery and the honeypot stock when she's using markers. I mean, this seems to work pretty good. When did we start talking about babies? Oh, I get it. I don't think we're going to be able to explain that to him. He's still just a child. It does not dry quickly. Good Lord. I also want to see what it feels like after you put a whole bunch of color into one spot. It dries out, and what the texture's like afterwards. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I don't think I've ever ran into it. So. Still takes pencil super well afterwards. That's cool, man. I don't know. I like it a lot, though. definitely going to be figuring out something special with this. I need to figure out how much I paid for this because I don't think it was super cheap for it to only have 10 pages on it. If anything, you can just use it to sharpen your pencil. Which reminds me, I am out of sandpaper. I used up my last little sandpaper piece yesterday. I didn't think I'd ever get through that whole stack, but I totally did. I'll have to buy some. I'm not gonna get any of like the specific art sandpaper though. I'm just gonna buy some sandpaper. I feel like we probably have some somewhere. Ooh, okay. So there's where we run into the problem. So with this, if you put a whole bunch, like I obviously y'all saw how much marker I put in there, but it starts actually scraping the top layer off. It's also not completely dry yet. That's good to know. Still no bleed through though. Yeah, it didn't. That's because it like full on scraped it off. So you got to be careful with that. I might have made the pencil too sharp. That's white colored pencil. Just regular old Prismacolor. It is kind of scabby. I haven't that's something we can check. I have these nifty charcoal pencils, but I don't ever use them. Let's go medium. Look at that. You ever wanted to use charcoal? You got oh yeah. That's awesome. And then there's a green charcoal. Definitely going to be doing a charcoal piece with this paper. I have brown, black, and white. I tried to use charcoal early on into doing artwork, and I didn't realize that it doesn't really just it doesn't work like colored pencil. I learned pretty quickly though. That's nice. I've always wanted to learn how they do the doesn't really spread real well though. It really fixates directly at it. I really like watching them do their little charcoal, where they just take like a brick of charcoal and then just randomly scrape it up on a canvas, and then they wipe it on a couple spots and then bam, it's like a perfect face. Insanity. I'll do one day. You won't be able to see a face in it, but it'll look cool. I even have white charcoal. How does this work? Oh, look at that. That's how you're going to do casements. All right, I'm done playing with it. Yeah, that one is right there. Yeah, that's all the velvet paper right there. I like it. It really holds on to all of that. And that's the first time I've ever actually had charcoal stick that well without the fixative that they say you're supposed to use afterwards. Like that. I like it. Yeah, we're turning that into a thickum card. Don't tell me what to do. It is very textured. It's it's almost like sandpaper. Can't really get it. Here you go. So you can see it right there when I was smearing my gel sticks. Some other test things I did, markers and Sharpie, gel stick, just marker. I love it. It's pretty thick too. Yeah, the hot pressed watercolor paper, you can it's very akin to that feel and that same texture. I feel like the ridges on most watercolor paper, like when you're looking at the cold press, it's way more wavy. But this is definitely closer to a hot press. It's almost like old parchment. We're gonna do really cool stuff with it. I want to try to peel it though. Supposedly, there we go. Still didn't bleed through that at all. I was expecting it to. Yeah, the honey pot 5x7s that I sent all of y'all, that was actually a cold press. It was just a very it was a very slick type of cold press though. I was very surprised by just how smooth it was compared to some other cold presses that I've gotten in. I really liked it though. I think it came out pretty good. It's insane seeing what everybody did on them. This. And then my I've been doing the same thing. I've been filling all my different papers. I think I'm going to be going to bed here soon too because I need to kind of wake up early in the morning. But then we got this paper, which I was not a fan of. I can't get it out. Here we go. Yeah. Ew. I thought you worked night shift tomorrow. This is that cheap stock that I attempted to use, but I didn't like it. It's got those rivulets in it. It's very bumpy. And I think all of these? Can't tell. This one's sticky. I don't remember which ones these are. This is that 60 point we were looking at. So this is a cold press. I mean hot press. Yeah, these are the hot press that we were thinking about doing for the honey pots, because this is the 60 point, which is it's a really nice stock. That's what I've been using it on some things here and there, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. What I really need to do is go in and write some of this stuff up. I need to create a freaking list. Freaking list, man. I started one. I started a fancy little spreadsheet, but I quit. And then this should be the same stock we utilized for the honey pots. So this right here is the freaking cat here. Yeah, this is the hot press. You can see from the bad edging. And then this was this is the cold press. This is the hot press. Yeah, it is definitely a super good stock. Super fancy. Where did I? Shit, I just put that in the wrong box. Yeah, this was the honey pot stock right here that we did on the Golden Hive Galleries, which I'll have more of these ready. Probably by next weekend, maybe. And not damaged like this one is. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, but you can eat your prints. I can't eat mine. And I've been printing these. I printed like 15 of them out today. I had to order more paper or more sticker paper because I thought I had an entire stack in here, and I was wrong on how big that stack was. So I got more of that coming. Maybe tomorrow. You know what? I think I ordered it for it to show up on Tuesday. So next weekend I'll be heavily printing labels and spraying them and all that fun stuff. We'll probably do the same thing we did last set. I'll pop that window open and stand over there while I'm spraying everything. I tried to do it without opening the window at one point, and I almost died in here. I'm pretty sure I was asphyxiating there for a few minutes. Bad idea. You read those warning labels and it says, do not spray in enclosed areas. You should probably pay attention to that. I got to learn for myself. I thought I was stronger. I was not. Oh, I think Santia answered all my questions. Oh, we got Edward. Oh, there you go. So yeah, that 100% was highlighter up there, Ash, and just regular watercolor. I have never attempted to add in a highlighter, and I don't understand why. That's just a genius idea. And I bet it would work really good on this paper. Huh? I don't think I own a highlighter. I bet the kids have some down there. But no one noticed, obviously. I never saw that one in person. I only saw the pictures of it. Joke's on you, Poppins. We don't go to anybody's house or parties. I'm not a people person. I make a lot of jokes about it, but I really do not socialize in person. I don't do it. I can tell you, like, if I'm walking around in Walmart and I see somebody I know, I am that person that ducks away and goes the opposite direction so I don't have to speak to them. I'll get there. Stop judging me, Poppins. Jeez. I know if I go lay down right now, I'm not going to fall asleep. But I do need to go to bed because I got to go. I got to take the kid to mom's in the morning. Ugh. I was trying to figure out why they would call you dude. I put them in mom's pack. I got them in there for her. But I'm going to come up here and do our few packages first thing in the morning. So that way, oh, Jesus, I can remember to grab these. I'll be up here. Good, good. Hey, look, there's a pencil. Now, I got some pre-cut 5x7. I think they're 60-point cards. They came in the 5x7s already, but I haven't been able to figure out how I wanted to print on them yet or utilize them. I think I have like 38 of them. This paper might come in use for that. Prepping's for nerds and pre-planners. All right, I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go. I'm going to reset my alarm so I can wake up earlier. Yippee. Later, Nick. Later, Ash, K. Smith, Poppins. I think Josh Bailey's still in here. Whoever else is in here. Appreciate you coming in, hanging out. Fantastic show. And I will, we'll be back on next Saturday. It will be our last Golden Hive Gallery show until the Honey Pot release. Hopefully, which will be on the 25th, as long as everything meshes. So bookmark up those shows, and I'm sure I'll talk to most of y'all throughout the week. Later, nerds. Have a fantastic Easter. Later, Slater. Oh, that was fun to say. I didn't even know you were in here. Have you spoken at all? And was I just accidentally ignoring you? Either way, you need to make sure you're in here every time I'm leaving so I can say later, Slater. It's a necessity from now on. I might say it whether you're here or not from now on. I don't know. Did she? Oh, she's banning more people. Jesus. Who's on right now? Who can we raid over to? Let's do a raid. MZ's on. Do we have any artiste on? Spectral Void. I haven't seen him in forever. Let's head on over to. Oh, he's in. There's some. Are there news sellers on? So if you click on news sellers, it just shows no new sellers. Like We the Hobby is up here. Backyard. The hell. Trash. We'll go over to Spectral Void. I feel like he's probably doing some artwork. Later, nerds.